Ja, es wird dann tatsächlich auch mal Zeit für die Archon Quest. Genau. Bisschen falsches Bild. Achso, du hast von vorhin gesprochen, genau. Was ist das? Wo ist das? Ist auf deren Höhe, okay. Genau, du hast ja gesagt, Frosch, sehr, sehr gute Archon Quest. Habe ich überhaupt gesagt schon? Genau, ich habe jetzt ja, hochgeholt meinen Tee eben. Und ich habe eine Packung Pringles dabei, Cashewkerne. Ich bin bereit, Mann. Du hast gesagt, sehr gute Archon Quest, also ja. Mal schauen. Es waren ja auch 4 Acts, Build-Up, deshalb let's go. Ich hoffe, es dauert nicht zu lang, weil ich habe ja noch vor, irgendwie in 2 Stunden oder sowas, 3 Stunden zu pullen. Ah, ist ein bisschen leise, scheiße. Vielleicht halte ich auch einfach die ganze Zeit meine Fresse. Vielleicht mute ich mich einfach. Okay, gut, erstmal, es war wirklich Build-Up, es kommt alles zusammen. Besser ist es. Also wenn 4 Akte Build-Up sind, dann erwarte ich auch wirklich ein krasses Finale. Talk to the Receptionist. Okay, also erstens, Audio 10. Also nicht alles 10, sondern nur das 10. Und ich glaube, ich mute mich tatsächlich sogar für den größten Teil der Zeit, wenn ich noch nichts zu sagen habe. Also vor allem während den Dialogen werde ich mich da einfach wohl muten, denke ich. Weil sonst könnte es sogar sein, dass man mich einfach hört, wie ich reinatme. Weil, na gut. Ich muss das Mikrofon halt nah im Mund halten, dass ich nicht schreien muss, dass man mich hört und dass es laut genug ist. Aber das ist halt zugleich so, dass man mich da atmen hört. Also ja, ich schaue mich, mute mich. Ich bin schon gespannt.
This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
What's happening?
Ah, damn, ich wollte gerade meine Pringles vorbereiten. Okay, so, are you ready? Nee, are you okay? Was laber ich?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Actually, okay, gut. Außerhalb von Dialogen würde ich wahrscheinlich mich nicht, sonst wäre es ja unnötig. Ja. Komm. Duke, stimmt, der war ja ein fucking Duke. Wie heißt das nochmal? Fürst? Nee, nicht Fürst. Boah, ich hab vergessen, was das war. Herzog, glaube ich. Herzog. Also, was hast du mir zu sagen? Your Grace, ja.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what by the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Warte, was? Actually, today's the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice!
A lot of people have helped us out. Ja, genau, have helped us out, trust.
Oh yeah,
Ja, dieses scheiß
Paimon's
Melusinenviech da.
this place now.
Warum sieht eigentlich
Then
sie
be
schon so
sure to
menschlich
come
aus?
back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Oh, das ist auf diesen Moment
you
zünden die
actually
Girls, sage
agreed.
ich.
No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Also dafür krieg ich
I hope you
einfach
won't
immer
be
nur
here as
suspicious
convicts
stuff.
the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlet was the one who asked us to come here, we
Digga,
should probably
Paimon
go
ist wieder am
report to
Leuchten.
him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervlet? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Oh shit. Einen Moment. Mein Vater hat mich angerufen, aber mein Handy hat nicht mal geklingelt, deshalb habe ich es nicht gehört. Aber jetzt sehe ich gerade die Nachricht, verpasster Sprachanruf. Ich muss kurz zurückrufen. Moment. Okay, bin jetzt wieder da. Bin wieder da. Ich hatte mich aus Versehen noch gemutet und habe nicht alles gesagt. Okay, genau, mein Vater hat angerufen wegen Dings. Wegen was ist nicht.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine.
Der Judex ist gleich hier. Ich kann dem Judex direkt Bescheid sagen. Was wollt ihr? Rote Pelei. Was? Wo ist es? Ah, hier. Na gut. Was soll ich dann machen? Das ist die Frage. Einfach zu Nervlets Büro? Jawohl. Okay. Hä?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies.
Halt!
Monsieur Nervlet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Das ist eine unerwartete Stimme für ein Melusine.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening. Nervlet!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
Was ist da eigentlich
In the
so?
meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Huhu, jojo, was geht, was geht? Willkommen im Stream. Ah, scheiße, ich dachte, ich
Massive
konnte es noch
whale.
lesen. Ah, Mann.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about. Oh, ja, wirklich?
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yes, Spina di Rosula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oh, okay. Hey. Go to Poisson. Also, was ist es hier? Was gibt es jetzt? Lucaja Dance, was ist das für ein Emote?
Oh no! What happened here?
Oh, the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... That means we need to check on her.
Trust. Warte, war nicht Spina di Rosula Headquarters irgendwo hier unter Fontaine City? Na, egal.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Achso, den konnte man von oben nicht sehen, ja. Gut, okay, schade.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Wer soll ich wissen, dass... Wer ist das? Desirees Vater.
My Desiree!
Huhu.
He looks pretty sad.
I asked.
My leg! My leg!
Hä?
How could this have happened? It hurts!
Ist das Primordial Seawater
Just
oder warum?
hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
W-Riz. Can hold my hand if you feel better. Das nennst du Riz. Ah, okay. Jemanden tut das Bein sau weh. Der Typ Riz. Krass.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was
Gute
a
Situation,
situation
sie
in
zu
Poisson,
klären. Ja,
so we came as quickly
okay.
as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Bro, what the fuck?
Jump down then.
Did-
Find the leader of
Hä?
Squad 1 and
Moment,
tell him
Moment,
to take the
Moment.
wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Bro, das kann nicht sein. Also, wenn du von so einem Dach... Digga, erstens, das Dach ist vielleicht 5 Meter hoch. Zweitens, Bro, als ob er nicht mal langsam dort sich runterlassen kann. Einfach nur zum Beispiel so sich runterhängen lassen. Und schon sind es nur noch 3 Meter. Und bei 3 Metern brichst du dir definitiv kein Bein. Es sei denn, du bist ein absoluter Lappen. So, hä? Oh, ist okay.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
Warum ist das einmal so
Rushing
leise?
water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial
wieder lauter.
seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Ja, schade, ne? Hättest du einfach eine Stomp Attack machen sollen. Oder eine Kaso HI. Ich würde einfach sagen, an der Stelle als Skill-Issue, wenn du dir da was brichst. Oder hättest du einfach deinen Windglider aktivieren können. Auch so eine Sache, ne? Leertaste drücken ist nicht so schwer.
The Spina
Get
Di
better,
Rosula
to be honest.
initiated rescue
Aber
operations
wirklich.
as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Oh ne, ich dachte, du wolltest, dass es so
Any way
ist.
we can help, Navia?
You can put us to work. Was? Nein, nee, ich bin nicht dein scheiß Schleppesel oder was heißt.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
What? Okay. Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
By the way, where are Miles and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Ja, wer nervt mich in der Quest?
I'll be right there.
Was? Achso, nervt mit V oder
Sorry.
nervt?
I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Neuen schreibt man mit V. Sorry. Also ich will jetzt nicht irgendwie picky sein oder so, aber so, wenn du nervt sagst, heißt es verschlechtern. Und wenn du sagst nervt mit V, dann ist es nerven. Also dann ist ja, das ist der Unterschied. Ja, maybe, okay.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters.
Okay.
Of course, we should remain ready for
Oh, scheiße, mein
anything,
Tee ist schon fast wieder
and
leer.
continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Ja, aber für was? Warum?
Huh? Right now?
Wakarimashita.
Thank you.
Okay. The gulls of whatever. Go to the cemetery. Vielleicht gehe ich sogar kurz noch einmal gleich weg um meinen Tee aufzufüllen. Weil Tee wichtig. Das sagt ja selbst Drizzly.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard. So. Hä? Aber es sind ja nicht nur. Aber es waren doch nur die Leute von Poisson betroffen und nicht die Leute von zum Beispiel Fontaine City.
Navia, what's wrong?
Der Part ist cringe.
Sorry.
Ja.
I just...
Komm, Navia, ey. Aber wirklich, die Sache ist halt so, die versuchen immer so emotionale Szenen zu machen, aber der Scheiß ist halt in Genshin Impact, dass alle emotionalen Szenen oder fast alle emotionalen Szenen nicht wirklich so sind, weil das kannst du nur dann machen, wenn du einen Aufbau hattest, wenn du die Charakter gekannt hattest, wenn du die Charakter magst, wenn du dich mit denen identifizieren kannst oder sonst irgendwas. Erst dann wird eine Szene traurig und das ist halt meistens, wenn jemand zum Beispiel stirbt oder was auch immer. Weil in Genshin Impact das halt natürlich so ist. Aber das Problem ist, wenn du den Charakter, wenn du nicht irgendwie mit dem eine Story hattest, wenn du nicht irgendwie den Charakter besonders feierst, wenn der Charakter, wenn du dich nicht mit dem identifizieren kannst, wenn du nicht irgendwie wirklich eine emotionale Bindung zum Charakter hast, was du nicht hast mit Navia, weil Navia, Bro, wer bist du? Dann sind alle diese Szenen so trash. Das ist zum Beispiel, wenn du irgendeine traurige Person so einfach auf der Straße siehst, wirst du zum Weinen davon gebracht. Wenn du irgendjemanden siehst, der sonst weint, wirst du dir denken, oh Mann. Und jetzt ist es auch noch in einem Spiel drin. Nicht nur kennst du diese Person nicht, sondern es ist auch noch in einem Spiel drin. Von einem Charakter, den du teilweise nicht mal unbedingt magst. Ich mag Navia nicht wirklich, weil sie stört. Ihre Persönlichkeit ist extremst nervig. Und dann sind diese Szenen voll kacke. Weil du nicht nur keine Bindung hast, was es einfach eine sehr unangenehme Situation macht, wenn jemand weint, aber es ist gar nicht traurig. Und zweitens erst recht dann, wenn diese Person, die weint, auch noch du nicht mal feierst. Beziehungsweise es ist ein Charakter nicht mal, der nicht mal in echt existiert. Also, ja, was soll ich sagen?
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping
Hatte auch Tränen, dass
evacuate the
Navia
residents.
scheiße ist. Aber
They
wirklich.
couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Verwünscht. Was? Profeta, was geht?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests.
Das ist halt das Einzige, was die Atmosphäre,
Silver, they're just
das Einzige, was die Situation hier carryt, ist, wenn überhaupt, die Musik. Weil Musik ist etwas, was einen ja sehr stark noch beeinflussen kann. Natürlich, Sehen ist eigentlich der stärkste Sinn eines Menschen, also es ist der, auf den wir uns am meisten vertrauen. Aber wovon wir uns am meisten, denke ich, so emotional leiten können, wenn nicht tatsächlich etwas passiert ist, sondern wenn es einfach nur äußere Einflüsse sind, wie zum Beispiel bei einem Film oder sonst irgendwas, dann sind es wohl die Töne, vor allem die Musik, die einen am meisten irgendwie leiten können. Wenn du nicht traurige Musik hast, oder wenn du traurige Musik hast, dann kann man viel leichter emotional werden. Das heißt, so die Musik außenrum herum kann dich sehr leicht manipulieren. Und in dem Fall ist das Einzige, was die traurige Szene carryt, nicht irgendwie eine Bindung zu Charakteren oder sonst irgendwas, was man erlebt hat, sondern ausschließlich, wenn überhaupt, die Musik. Und auch dann, weil die Situation so absurd ist es immer noch nicht besonders traurig. Ja.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
Weil du sagst so, man könnte vielleicht sagen, eventuell könnte es sogar sein, dass diese Szenen echt auch traurig dargestellt werden könnten. So dass es auch wirklich gut ist. das Problem ist, es ist es nicht. Du könntest irgendwie zum Beispiel irgendwie Charakter so machen, dass sie vertraut sind, dass du sie magst, dass sie sehr sympathisch sind und dass du eine Bindung zu denen aufbaust. Und dann kannst du so eine Szene spielen mit trauriger Musik, dann ist das eine gute Szene. Aber hier ist halt eben gesagt, du hast Master Callis noch nie gesehen. Und die zwei sind irgendwelche Side-Charakter, von denen du auch nichts mitbekommst, außer vielleicht 10 Voicelines. Du hast nichts an emotionaler Bindung mit denen. Du findest sie nicht cool. Das letzte Mal war auch irgendwie 7 Wochen her, als du von denen gehört hast. Wenn nicht sogar 12. Du hast nichts. Nichts.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Ja, ich mache mir gleich noch Tee.
In advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callis, Demoiselle.
Tja, jetzt kannst du nicht mehr vergraben werden, weil du Wasser bist.
Stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
Kannst du halt nicht erfüllen, ne?
I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
Ja, eben darum geht's doch.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry.
Fucking skill issue.
Like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Oh, nee, niemals.
Help you feel better.
Bis jetzt jede Archon Quest hast du geweint, Alter. Wirklich, das kann nicht sein.
She understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
It's okay, cliché anime plot. Yeah, we are here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan.
Ja, nee, das sagt mir nichts.
Everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure.
Random NPCs, aber wirklich, wirklich.
We should ever consider a trade.
Ja, aber, oh mein Gott, das ist doch so eine Scheißsicht. Erstmal guck mal, oh nein, sei nicht traurig, alles ist gut. Aber ja, by the way, es ist schon scheiße, dass alle gestorben sind. Ah, lol, das ist voll kacke. Du sollst nicht sagen, Trade, sie haben sich nicht geopfert. Nichts sollte geopfert werden. Mann, du sollst traurig sein. Haha, lol. What the fuck? Das macht nicht mal Sinn. Das erste ist, ey, ist nicht so schlimm. Das zweite ist, doch, es ist fucking schlimm. Okay. Und natürlich gibt es einen Trade. Es gibt einen Grund, weshalb das Trolley-Problem existiert. Und es tut mir leid, wie es ist. Aber, Bro, utilitaristisch denken ist etwas, was halt teilweise leider zutreffen muss. Utilitaristisches Denken ist etwas, was eigentlich nicht unbedingt kacke ist. Wir können nämlich utilitaristisch denken über Hitler. Töte Hitler Und der Rest ist gesaved. Zugegeben ist es jetzt ein bisschen anders, aber das ist sozusagen das utilitaristische Prinzip. Das größte Glück der größten Zahl. Sagen wir mal, 2 Leute sind gestorben und dafür konnten 10 Leute gerettet werden. Natürlich kann man das als einen positiven Trade ansehen. Was hast du, Paimon? What the fuck? Es sei denn natürlich, sie wären in der Lage, noch mehr zu saven und sind dafür gestorben, dass sie 10 saven, dann wäre es ein schlechter Trade, aber just saying.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you
Oh.
said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh, Alekino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of
Wokji.
Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right,
Oh,
Miss
das haben wir
Navia?
nicht. Was?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you
Warte,
previously.
Die war so
We've
traurig
never
und jetzt
worked
auf
with a
einmal ist sie
Fatui
wieder in
before,
Ordnung. Okay.
and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Warum spricht die trotzdem so
I won't
herablassend?
forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So,
Was?
you're
Automat?
one who will
Okay,
try
cool.
to change fate
Und
then?
jetzt shut the fuck up,
Of
Navia.
course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
Bitte was?
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come?
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Ah, okay.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Nachdem man erst eine Sache mit dem gemacht hat, are you sure this will be okay? Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Es wird Zeit, zu
That
verraten.
somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag
Nein,
along?
bitte nicht.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Please don't.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being
Genau, das habe ich
depressed
mir
while
auch
we
gedacht.
still have a
Bitte,
disaster on our hands.
bitte sag mir.
As
Bitte
my
sag mir,
father's
die
successor,
kommt nicht
I
mit.
must live up to the hopes he had in me.
Bitte bleibe doch beim Grab, aber wirklich, bleib bei deinem scheiß Grab und weine dich aus! Ja! Das war ein kurzer Ausraster, sorry.
Besides,
Das musste sein.
I'm also doing this for myself.
Monka
I
W.
need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can't be that company if she goes to explore the
Since you
ruins
put
with
it
me.
that way, I have no objections.
Nein, bitte.
What do you say, Trav?
Paimon, du bleibst hier und kümmerst dich um sie. Du bleibst hier. Nein, es gibt nicht mal eine Alternative, ihr Hurensöhne.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Okay, dann ich muss kurz Pause machen und einmal mir Tee neu machen. Dann ich muss mich da in der Zeit auch sammeln. Also kurz Ruhepause, in der ich meinen Tee mache. Also ja, in 4 Minuten oder 5 Minuten bin ich wieder da. Und ich bin wieder da. Ja, hat doch 6-7 Minuten gedauert. Aber ja, jetzt kann ich weitermachen. Ich habe mich auch ziemlich abgekühlt, denke ich mal. Und ja, Zeit, mit Neuvillette dorthin zu rennen. Ich weiß nicht mal, ob es Sinn macht, Neuvillette tatsächlich zu benutzen für die Archon Quest. Denn, um ehrlich zu sein, was wenn Hydro-Gegner kommen? Übrigens, Thomas hat mir auch gesagt, dass er erst so um 20 Uhr kann. Das heißt, ich werde erst tatsächlich in 2 Stunden ungefähr pullen. Bisschen mehr, eventuell sogar. Ich habe also noch gut Zeit für die Archon Quest. Schneller. Ah, Stamina, ne? Ja. Oh, hier gibt es sogar Rainbow Roses. Ah ja, stimmt. Jetzt kann ich mich wieder an den Spot erinnern. Nur bin ich jetzt hier. Die ist aber neu, die Ruine, ne? Die gab's davor nicht. Huh?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
Ah, das ist dann eine Domain, die man rein muss, oder?
Talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Ja, shut the fuck up. Es ist eine Domain natürlich. Das sieht man halt daran. Hier übrigens. Es gibt kein Element, was man jetzt spezifisch brauchen würde. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich lieber vielleicht sogar ein Exploration-Team reinlege. Das war sogar ein Exploration-Team ohne Hydro. Ich glaube, ich gehe einfach damit rein, oder? Exploration-Team ist auch stark genug für die meisten Dinge. Das größte Problem wäre hier bloß, wenn ich jetzt irgendwie gegen den Wal kämpfen müsste. Aber safe muss ich nicht jetzt schon gegen den Wal kämpfen. Das wäre auch ganz komisch. Ist Wasser hier? Okay. Ich hoffe mal, hier gibt es nicht besonders viel zu erkunden, weil sonst würde ich die ganzen Chests hier verpassen.
Time to go.
Hier sind keine, wenn ich so richtig sehe. Oh, okay.
Busted. Wind strike. Game's up. Time's over.
Oh Gott, das Spiel ist dauert. Data Cardonala. Wohin jetzt? Puh, das war close. Hier ist ja eine Chest. Hey. Oh, oh. Oh. Ah, man kann damit zurück. Das ist cool. Ansonsten denke ich mal nicht, dass hier besonders viel ist, dass mein Kunden kann. Kann ich das hier kaputt machen? Ne, kann ich nicht.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A
Jump.
Fontaine would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Ja, dip rein. You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right.
Ja, aber wirklich, weg hier. Es gibt zwei Optionen, okay? Genau, es gibt zwei Optionen, Navia. Entweder du dippst da rein, oder du verpiss dich. Macht sie auch. Spoiler! Oder geht sie, meinst du? Hm? Was? Doch, du bist schon fucking useless. Jetzt mal ganz ehrlich, also in der Domain machst du gar nichts, Navia. Und du meinst, wenn sie reinspringt, vielleicht springt sie ja wirklich rein, das ist ja wegen diesem... Ich kann mich noch an den Trailer erinnern, wo sie auf jeden Fall irgendwie reinfällt. Rückwärts. Wer weiß.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things.
Ja, wie bist du hierher gekommen?
Maybe...
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Nah. Please be as uncareful as possible.
No, it's a dead end.
Oh.
Let's try climbing over from the side.
Ist das, man darf hier nicht rein? Geil. Imagine wenn man eine Villette nimmt, stirbt er einfach. What the fuck? Okay, ja gut, das reicht. Ich habe genug ausprobiert. Du musst das wirklich nur berühren. Kann ich nicht an dieser Wand? Nein, kann ich nicht. Warte, so? Wollte er gerade dippen? Ins Wasser? Geil. Ja gut, ich glaube, ich versuche es mal ein bisschen schneller zu machen. Sonst dauert es wirklich lang. Ist ja nur was zu fressen. Der, kein Artefakt. Hm? Das sieht cool aus. Diese Domains sehen immer voll nice aus. Ja, was?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Ja? Let's stirbt nicht an Primo Water. Oh. Ja, Fall! Fall! Ja! Ja! Nein! Nein! Okay.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
Belch, aber wirklich.
Where did everyone go?
Ich bin gerade eigentlich nur ein bisschen am Snacken. Ich benutze gerade die
We still have
Möglichkeit.
important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Ich habe aus Versehen die heiße Teekanne auf mein Plastikteil hier gemacht.
Well, now, did you forget?
Ist nicht besonders gut.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so We should get going.
Oh? Alright then.
The fuck? Das ist wirklich nur eine Szene, wo man jetzt zuhören muss die ganze Zeit.
Look, it's
Es
Navia.
scheint schon.
She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Yeah.
We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Achso, waren das nicht die Toten hier?
What are you saying?
Achso, das sind alles tote Leute,
Everything you
ja
have
gut.
said
Dann.
is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Bitte was?
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
The fuck?
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
The fuck?
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Ach so, die sagen also melts together, kommt alles zusammen, so wie alle Fontainians zusammenschmelzen von dem Primordial Wasser oder was. Soll das Interpretationsmaterial sein? Leute werden alle geschmolzen, werden alle zu einer Einheit, werden alle zu einem Wesen, weil ja auch diese komische Dings von Primordial Wasser, diese Oceanid ja auch eigentlich alle Seelen waren, die zusammengeschmolzen sind. Ach, keine Ahnung, fuck it.
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
Ja, eben. Genau,
Have you
alle
forgotten how
zusammengeschmolzen.
much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Vielleicht nicht mal alle gleichzeitig.
Flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should
Ja,
not
genau,
be
man sieht
left
hier den
alone in
Oceanid.
Poisson.
Jetzt.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
What the fuck? Warum ist hier Neuvillette? Huh? Hat Neuvillette Kontrolle darüber? Bitte was? Hallo?
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Wer ist der Einzige, der nicht diesen Blauton hat?
Such commotion is prohibited in the court.
Common
Accusations
Neuvillette
you
W,
just
aber wirklich.
presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Ja, okay. Ich wusste gar nicht, dass Neuvillette darauf Einfluss nehmen kann.
Wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Warum kann er Einfluss darauf nehmen? Ich weiß, er ist der Dragon, aber
I must have been
trotzdem.
dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Ich glaube nicht, dass du sie überhaupt umarmen könntest.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in.
Wobei,
when I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Wirklich. Ich finde Oceanite klingt eigentlich besser, aber
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Aber warte, es hieß Fraction of a Second, das heißt, dass in der Welt, in der toten Welt, die Zeit viel, viel langsamer vergeht. Ich meine schneller, andersrum. Das heißt, wenn in einer Sekunde hier vergeht, dann vergeht in einer anderen Welt irgendwie mehrere Minuten. Oha, voll mies. In der Unendlichkeit wirklich komplett eingesperrt. Schade, ne?
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Stark. By the way, Sigewin sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewin.
Kommt ein bisschen verspätet.
I hope all is well with her these days.
Sigewin.
Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Ja, wahrscheinlich schon.
Yes, of course.
Der ist ein Otter, ein Wasserdrache. Natürlich muss er schwimmen können.
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Keine Sorge, sobald Navia stirbt, wird die Quest gut. Entschuldigung, sogar Movement Speed Passive, aber ehrlich, der Typ gut. Sobald Navia stirbt, wird die Quest gut. Safe wird Navia sterben, wenn sie ein Playable Character wird. Trust, Bro. Die wird sterben. Ah, ja. Heißt also, willst du damit sagen, dass die Quest nie gut wird? Das wär sehr schade.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Nee, sie wird sehr gut. Ja, ich weiß trotzdem. Nur schlechter Start wegen Navia. Das ist true, aber
Amid my astonishment, I ran
Navia macht alles schlechter.
We had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those
Warte, reichen
official
2 Stunden
documents.
eigentlich
We didn't
noch
think
für den Rest der
exploring the ruins
Quest?
would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can't get back on her... Was? Ich kann nicht mehr lesen. Fuck it. Maybe. Oh,
I'm
gut, da muss ich ein
sorry
bisschen
to have kept
speeden.
you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Da muss ich mal versuchen, ein bisschen schneller
Guess we
zu
should
machen.
get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Fuck.
Too slow.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Was, wenn man dort runterfällt? Da könnte man doch gar nicht mehr hoch.
Watch out! There are rock falls over here!
Busted.
Ich hoffe, hier sind keine Chests, die ich dann aus Versehen nicht mitgenommen habe.
Seems we're almost at the top.
Ey.
Keep it up!
Hey, hier ist auch ein Chest. Das nehme ich mit. Wie viel Primus kriege ich hiervon? 30. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. As one with wind and cloud. I'm going in. Gotcha.
Squall Fury. Upon the gale.
Au. Holy shit. Autsch. Vielleicht hätte ich doch einen Geladen-Burst einsetzen sollen.
Everybody stand back.
Behold.
Sagen immer das Gleiche. Sagen immer Dada Kandala. Selbst die normalen Hillchers haben mehr Sounds, die haben und so eine Scheiße.
Off we go. Adventure time.
Also schnell weiter. Sieht voll cool aus. Man macht hier gar nicht mehr, außer ein bisschen herumlaufen. Das Creator-Team muss sich auch verarscht fühlen. So 20 Sekunden eine Spielzeit für ein Ding, wo die irgendwie so, was weiß ich, kumulativ über 1000 Stunden dran arbeiten.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. Oh, man sieht Farina. Oh, ist es nicht...
It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Also es ist wirklich tatsächlich dann auch
Should we take
Farina.
them down and have a look?
Das ist doch diese Prophezeiung. Und hier ist tatsächlich Farina. Aber warum... Ist Farina dann wirklich der Gott oder nur ein Mensch?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of
War
people
das vielleicht
around
Celestia, die Insel?
Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Ja.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match. Whoa, what? Was macht der denn? Da fuck?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Heißt es, dass es jemanden Zeitreisen gibt?
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Sag mal schnell etwas, was Navia geleistet hat hier. Mich nerven. Das hat sie geleistet. I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Wer ist Egeria?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Zeitreisender?
It seems that any
Vielleicht
further
diese
clues
komische
will
da.
have to come from Farina.
Vielleicht die komische da vom Trailer. Die so aussieht wie Jingliu. Ich habe am Anfang sie irgendwie Seele genannt, glaube ich. Aber sie sieht eher aus wie Jingliu.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Das wäre Neuvillettes Voiceline. Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play. What? Okay. Ja, ich nehme die Chest hier mit. Synchronous. I take those. Also dann.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Oh, ich habe vergessen, diese Fleuve da.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Oh, yeah. Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Navia ist die Imposition. Ja. Weißt du, ich habe vergessen, die Fleuve zu farmen vom Fischermann, oder was das heißt. Also die Waffe für Farina, die Free-to-Play. Das ist Kacke.
We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon. Nein.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, Mona, jetzt.
That voice. Is that who I think it is?
Was für Fragezeichen, 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 das kann nicht sein. Ah, jetzt kommt die Szene.
Two.
Let's go.
What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Looking. Lady Magistus, did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Also ich würde dich gern bekommen.
I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Meine Ex.
I used to have
Okay,
my own surname,
sorry.
which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at
Jujutsu
astrology,
Kaisen Season 2
so
Episode
I
16
changed my
is
name
out.
to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast
Lady
in your
Crate.
name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so.
Okay.
In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Okay.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Warum nicht?
Talk about excessive.
Geil.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
A triple appetite Paimon.
Terrible!
Ah, ich find's passt.
But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
Die stellt nicht mal eine
I know
Rückfrage.
you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's
Was?
something ominous about it.
Ah, nee, never mind.
Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Na gut.
I'm afraid
Ist ein bisschen
that
hoch.
this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Ja, da macht eigentlich thrice as great sogar Sinn, fast. Ne? Also vom Titel her, auch wenn es petty ist. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure?
Irgendwie habe ich diese Reaktion erwartet, Mann.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Okay, das hätte ich jetzt nicht gedacht.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you.
Warum sieht das so wütend aus, der Traveler?
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh,
Ignavia, was?
Guess we were getting a little too carried away there.
Ach so, ja gut.
Well, I'll go tend to my own
Weil
business.
Navia einfach stört.
If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two
Ich
again.
bin sicher, kanonisch gesehen ist es nicht der Grund, aber ich sage, in echt ist es schon ein recht guter Grund.
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, you decide to go to a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Ja. Also dann. Oh, ah. Nochmal Primo Gems? Wirklich? Einfach nur das Reden hat mir nochmal Primos gegeben? Ah, ich weiß gar nicht. Ich glaube, das war immer noch das... Ja, ich bin mir nicht sicher. Egal. Ja, dann zurück geht's. Und tatsächlich muss ich auch nochmal wieder kurz weg. Okay, jetzt bin ich wieder da. Mir fällt auf, vielleicht soll ich doch ein bisschen schneller die Quest machen. Weil nur noch 1,5 Stunden sind übrig. Das könnte ziemlich close werden, ja, in der Tat. Ah, willst du mich wieder stoppen? Willst du wieder HALT sagen?
You're here.
Never mind.
Finally. Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Bitte was? Das sieht aus wie Vater zu Tochter.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro-Archon Focalor, are you not?
Bitte was? Hold up. Er hinterfragt, ob sie überhaupt der Gott ist? Was?
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Das sieht aus wie Vater und Tochter. Was ist das? Und sie haben doch genau die gleichen Sie haben die gleiche Farbpalette und so.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro-Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro-Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Oh, Spannung steigert.
Gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Oh?
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Okay. The fuck? Okay, dieser Blick.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
Das war auch so ein What the fuck?
Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something. Ich habe auch mal mir eine Genshin Impact Theory online angehört. Also es war vor kurzem erst direkt nachdem der Trailer gedroppt wurde, hat jemand direkt eine Theorie gemacht. Das war, dass Focalor zwei Charaktere sind, Farina und die Maschine, die ausspricht. Und dass Farina eigentlich nur eine Puppe ist sozusagen. Oder sowas ähnliches ist. Vom Hydro Archon. Na egal, ich werde angerufen. Ja, geil. Hurra.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
Ja, okay, ich habe aus Versehen weitergedrückt. Mein Bruder hat mich angerufen, deshalb war ich jetzt, was weiß ich, für mehrere Minuten weg. Aber ja, gut. Ja.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
Oh.
Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Oh, das heißt, davon kommt die Szene, in der sie schuldig gesprochen wird. Interessant.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help. Aber warum haben Götter Informationen? Hä? Das wusste ich gar nicht.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Links. Warum hat er nur links eigentlich ein Ohrring, nicht rechts auch noch eins? Mir hat mal einer von meinem Parcours vor 7 Jahren in etwa so gesagt, so wenn du links ein Ohrring hast, bist du cool. Wenn du rechts ein Ohrring hast, bist du schwul. Das hat er mir so erklärt.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of
Das heißt, der
which,
One
it's
war einfach
pretty
richtig
smart
cool.
of you to think of hiding here.
Gagey.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
Huh?
so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know?
Wo
Care
sind die
for a
gerade
cup?
überhaupt? Wo ist das?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Friend, nicht mal Fremine.
Me?
Friend.
No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Nicht mal
I
eine
fear
Villette?
that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Ja, wow, das ist perfekt. Crybaby, Fanboy, Dings, Katze, Pixie, irgendein komischer Mensch und ein Introvert. Geil. Sieht richtig gut aus.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Let's go.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Im Game, ja.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Surely.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit.
Sie hatten
I
Artefakte,
prefer more
was?
stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right. Und wer wäre das? Neuvillette?
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Clarin's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Verena reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Okay. War das Primus? Nein, waren das nicht. 778 immer noch. Oh, das gibt auch keine Primus. Sage. So, jetzt muss man sich mit Mona wieder treffen. Oder generell Spina die Rosula.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't. Und doch habe ich. Ich habe mir selbst Tee hier gemacht. Was laberst du, Paimon? Natürlich habe ich Tee.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Ja, so sieht auch
Don't
nicht.
be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Ah, das ist
I
wahrscheinlich...
merely refrained from saying
Old
anything
hag.
till now.
Ist sie unsichtbar?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Trismegistus.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh, what the fuck, was?
The
Wie ist
voice
es?
from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple, so this is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of the Hexen Circle. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true? Yes, it will, wird sie wahrscheinlich sagen.
The prophecy.
Na,
Yes, what has
ja,
been
doch, tatsächlich.
prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Mage N.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Ah, stimmt natürlich. Der Traveler ist ja nicht von Tevat, das heißt, Irminsul kann sich nicht merken. Er kann sich ihn da nicht so leicht merken. Oder? Oder da war irgendwas auf jeden Fall mit Irminsul oder sowas und der ist ein Outlander und deshalb irgendwas mit einer Exception, deshalb kann er wahrscheinlich... Ja, ich habe keine Ahnung, nevermind.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Okay.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N, is that the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news lead to kommt. Okay. We wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? What was was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Oh, ich habe das Gefühl, die Quest geht noch 2 Stunden.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Okay, was jetzt? Ja, ich habe das Gefühl, es dauert noch eine etwas längere Zeit.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Okay.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Strong.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Ah, okay. Und was ist hier? Ein Restaurant.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Bitte nicht. Ah, natürlich.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
Ah, it hasn't already sold out for the day.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Klingt ein bisschen ungesund.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Okay. Ey, der Voice Actor ist gut, sag ich.
Don't be
Voice
sad.
Actorin.
Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Of being sad.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Humans.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food.
Alles klar.
So please try the cakes here. I've
Ja,
got something else to do, so I'll
Voice
be
Actor
going now.
wirklich sehr
You
gut.
two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes.
Die haben Flügel? Hold up.
All right, let's
Die
dig
Viecher haben Flügel?
Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Plus 10 Primus fürs Essen?
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Leave Hotel the Board. Ist es ein Hotel, kein Restaurant? Doch, oder? Ist ein Restaurant. Restaurant.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Ich mach diese World Quest hier ganz bestimmt nicht.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Okay.
What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and
You
experienced.
seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Ah, okay.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
Ja, off she is.
And what's
Nee,
that?
never mind.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine.
Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job.
Workaholic.
And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
Jean?
I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Okay.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Ja, aber davor muss ich erstmal wieder auf Toilette gehen, weil ich die ganze Zeit Tee trinke, Mann. Wenn man halt einfach nur zuhört, dann ist Tee trinken richtig nice. Na, das heißt, dass man auch die ganze Zeit pissen muss. Also ja, muss ich nochmal kurz weg. Ich bin dann jetzt wieder da und weiter geht's.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yes? Ich glaube, das ist sehr laut und klingt actually voll scheiße, aber ist mir egal. Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Woher soll ich das wissen?
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I choose, huh? It's like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Cendre. Fleuve Cendre. Oder wie auch immer man es ausspricht. Oh, das heißt, die Tage werden tatsächlich einfach geskippt. Und es wird direkt zur Action geskippt, wie ich sehe. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Until the trial. Na, vielleicht auch nicht, keine Ahnung.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Ah, okay.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation. Und was könnte man ihr wohl tun? Scheinbar war sie eine normale Frau in den Augen von Arlecchino. Arlecchino.
Good.
Keine Ahnung. Wie spricht man die eigentlich richtig
Monsieur
aus?
Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Huh? Was?
Well, sounds
das war
like we
die
should
Trap,
hurry
oder
over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see. Becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Ja. Bringt das nächste mit Primus? Ja, tatsächlich. Ich bin auch ein bisschen sehr auf die Primus aus. Weil Farina muss noch kommen.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
Das macht
All
auch Sinn.
that's left here are signs of devastation.
Ah, Farina ist tatsächlich hier am
really
Schild.
be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Ja, so wie es scheint schon.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now. Okay.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Ah, okay.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Okay, stop trying to act tough, Farina. You are actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Was? Ja, was wollen die eigentlich machen? Das ist die Frage.
Those people seem to be after you.
Die Frage ist, was wollen sie machen? Wollen sie Farina töten oder was? Oder was ist deren Ziel? Warte, sie hat gar keinen Vision hier.
Who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Eigentlich hat sie hier ein Hydro Vision dann als Playable Character, aber hier hat sie gar keinen Vision. Interessant.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Und jetzt?
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Okay. Es wird interessant. Jetzt. Die rennen schon recht langsam, Mann. Also für Sprint ist es wirklich langsam, Mann.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, you're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Das erste Mal, dass man einen Archon überhaupt, wie ist nochmal, Panting, hecheln hört. Weil die anderen Götter bis jetzt mussten nie irgendwie rennend waren, dann außer Puste oder sowas. Fällt mir auf. Sie ist der erste Gott, der außer Puste ist. Können Götter überhaupt außer Puste kommen so leicht?
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Das ist der Plan, dass man sozusagen sagt, ja, jetzt musst du aber sagen, was das Geheimnis ist oder sowas. Okay. Also, das ist generell so, wie ist nochmal... Ach, egal, passt. Man weiß, was ich meine.
It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Rena finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Rena slowly calms down.
It's true.
Okay.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Das heißt, Heavenly Principles stehen über Götter. Das heißt, sie gehört nicht mal zu den... Die Götter gehören dann nicht mal zu den Göttlichen, oder wie? Na, egal. But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, And so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Wer baut auch einen Stab in einem random Loch neben dem Meer?
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Okay. Yeah, true.
How could I possibly
Trust.
let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Trust.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Frina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Okay. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible.
Aber es
It
ist
was fated right
doch
from
nicht
the
mein Loch, es ist
start
doch
that
über dem
this
Meer.
would be my duty alone.
Ich mein Fontaine. But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. Ja doch.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. Animation? Oh. Oha, was? Okay. Das war der Plan. Also, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Wie er einsteigt
Now,
mit seiner
without
Karte.
further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh no.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Was ist das? Harbinger of Dawn?
I see.
RIP.
It seems like you have
For real.
made up your mind.
Iron Sting. Ah, gut. Hab ich nicht gekannt. Sie gibt auf, oder was?
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me.
Oh, Thomas hat mir was geschrieben.
I too
Scheiße.
am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
What the fuck? Warum kündigt sie das auch noch dann so großartig an?
Now we're making history.
Aber okay.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Achso, das bin ich. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Ist es jetzt ein Court Battle auch wirklich?
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
Aber wie kann es sein, dass von Poisson irgendwo hier unten theoretisch das nach oben gewandelt ist? Nee, warte, nach rechts oben wäre das, ja. Hier ist... Genau. Das sind ja mehrere 100 Meter. Magic, gut, okay.
That's
Klar.
right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant
das ist
magic
wirklich
box,
richtig
dig a tunnel,
Anime-like.
and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Es ist sehr Anime-like, dass du sozusagen erst diesen einen großen Stunt ausführst und danach kommt 10 Minuten Erklärung erst, wie das ausgeführt wurde. Also, no offense, das ist ja also, nicht no offense, also, das ist ja an und für sich sehr so das, was man immer in Anime macht. Fällt mir gerade auf, ich find's lustig, weil davor hat man das noch nie gehabt.
So, in other words, The earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house.
Aber das würde man spüren, dann würde die Kraft nur in eine Richtung wirken. Man sehen, dass es sich nur in eine Richtung beschleunigt und nicht in mehrere. Sorry about that, we deceived you back there. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
I guess. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh,
Bisschen unpassend.
see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Oh.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time.
Kannst einfach schließen.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh nein. Jetzt muss ich mein Buch arbeiten.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Voice-Line von
I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh.
Wait.
For real?
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Das heißt, sie ist wahrscheinlich wirklich nur ein Mensch und der Archon ist nicht sie? Das Das heißt, sie ist auch nicht Part vom Archon, sondern nur die Hälfte oder sowas? Also nicht mal die Hälfte oder so, sondern gar nichts? Wirklich gar nicht, der Archon? Oha, okay. Okay.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Ist die Aura Trees dann der
Charge
Archon?
accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
No.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as the Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Vielleicht sowas
And if
wie
I
ein
was
Familiar?
not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Vielleicht ist ja sowas wie Yaemiko, so ein Familiar, das halt einfach unendlich lang leben kann. I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Oh. Man weiß, aber zum Beispiel der Traveler lebt ja auch seit über 500 Jahren. Und Paimon auch. Also just saying. Irrelevant. Build different. Trust.
That doesn't sound...
Ja, ist okay. Ich weiß nicht. Meeting with the Knave. Achso. Ja, das war wahrscheinlich das Richtige.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse. Ah, stimmt, so wie die Hillagers, die leben ja auch unendlich.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Ist ein Curse dann vom Hydro Archon?
Too, huh, Neverlet?
So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Ist das die Protection für meine
everyone
Quest?
knows that the main
Oh.
difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Ich denke, Farina ist dennoch der Archon, sonst wäre es ja scheiße, wenn du nicht mal auf den Archon pulst und der Archon nicht playable wird. Ich sag, sie ist der Archon. Ne, ich habe zwei Predictions. Entweder sie ist der Archon, aber sie ist gecursed und ist deshalb so schwächlich gebildet und hat nicht wirklich viele Fähigkeiten, weil der vorherige Archon etwas gemacht hatte. Weil der vorherige Archon hatte ja eben etwas Schlechtes gemacht scheinbar oder irgendetwas. Das heißt, die Taten vom vorherigen Archon haben den jetzigen Archon gecursed, sozusagen. Also, was ist nochmal Curse? Verflucht. Oder das andere ist, sie ist wirklich nicht der Gott, sondern nur die Puppe von einem anderen Gott. Und dieser richtige Hydro-Gott ist entweder die Oratrice oder diese komische Dings da. Wobei, nee, das könnte nicht der Hydro-Gott sein, das ist ja Meister von Child. Also dann wäre Oratrice der Gott und irgendwie, da ist auch ein Mensch, weil da ist ja auch eine Stimme drin. Und das ist dann Farina. Und die kontrolliert dann Farina als die Puppe und Farina macht es mit oder sowas. Oder drittens, das ist die Hälfte vom Gott. Du putzt auch bei Ryan auf eine Puppet. Ah ja, stimmt, das stimmt wohl. Und dann denke ich, ist halt wie gesagt, entweder das ist die Puppet und also nicht eine wirkliche Puppet, immer noch ein Mensch, sondern aber halt eben gesteuert mehr oder weniger sozusagen. Sie befolgt einfach nur den Befehlen von der Oratrice. Oder sie ist einfach so halb-halb. Das ist so ein aufgesplittetes System, wo du die Hälfte ist Farina und die andere Hälfte ist die Oratrice, aber die Oratrice hat alles abbekommen und Farina kann dafür frei herumlaufen oder sowas. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Es kann 100% falsch sein, alles. Und ich glaube, die Chancen stehen auch recht gut dafür, aber ja, mal schauen.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Bro, ich hab keinen Plan. Ist wahrscheinlich falsch, das hier, oder?
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the
Unabhängige
time?
Teile
The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Das ist schon schlecht.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but Miss Farina, could you But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Oh, geil, dieser Sound gerade war zu legendär. Oh man, a brief demonstration of your power over Hydra should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because
Yeah,
of Indemnitium!
okay.
All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous
What
god?
the fuck? What?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Oh, wirklich.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have
Oratrice?
no evidence
Wer
of
weiß?
another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human, and if she's only human... Well... Boah, woher soll ich das wissen?
That doesn't...
Ich habe überhaupt keine Ahnung. Zweite, okay, danke.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and
Oh,
now
nein.
to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Super sorry.
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina,
Mein Tee ist jetzt praktisch
would
leer.
you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you
Warum hat sie
believe
dann
me
so
now?
gezögert?
I really am your Archon!
Was?
I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
What the fuck?
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... you...
But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her face, her facade, than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Werdet eigentlich.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Okay.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Hä?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Exasperated audience
With
member.
all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Was jetzt?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
Hä? Ah, warte.
Guilty.
Warum kann Neuvillette das eigentlich nicht spüren? Er ist doch selbst der Hydro Archon. Ich meine, der Hydro Dragon. Er ist doch der Sovereign of Hydro. So, warum kann er nicht spüren, dass sie kein Gott ist? Warum haben eigentlich die Charakter alle immer diese komischen Kaulik hier oben? Das ist eigentlich dazu da, dass man in Anime einen Charakter repräsentiert, der eher als Jokes da ist. Okay, bei Farina understandable, bei manchen anderen Charakteren weiß ich gar nicht.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Ja, das Ergebnis weiß man halt sogar schon wegen dem Intro, wegen dem Trailer einfach schon. Aber ja gut. Es macht bald alles Sinn. Alles klar.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Okay. Mann, ey, Digga, du glaubst gar nicht, was für ein Lächeln ich gerade hab vor Aufregung.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With them, blah blah blah. Never mind.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Okay.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Okay. Select to check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the Stone Slate's contents and incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in this menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the Stone Slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yeah.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Yeah.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Warte, was? Das...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Und das ist was? Ah, Digga.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay. Oh shit, ich habe keine Ahnung. Ja, okay. Und was ist hier eigentlich? Warte, was ist das hier wegen Navia dann? Ach so, ja,
It's
gut.
not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Moment. Keine Ahnung, jetzt mache ich einfach Brute Force.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late
was ist mit
previous
Mischling?
Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
Was, wenn du halb
The evidence for that
Fontainian,
can be
halb
found
Monster
in
bist?
how only
Hast dann
Fontainians
nur
could
Cyanid
dissolve
gefickt?
in primordial seawater. And how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Und wenn du ein halb Dings bist, heißt es, dass einfach die Hälfte von dir abbricht, dass die eine Hälfte stirbt, weil die andere Hälfte weg ist? Wenn du halb Fontainian bist, was passiert dann? Hä?
Oh, and according to Nadia,
Oder ist nie jemandem aufgefallen, dass es dann
when
nicht
she
funktioniert?
get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was the creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Was? Neuvillette weiß
However,
alles schon und er konnte es
while you were
verifieren,
able to
oder was?
decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Achso, und die konnte er davor
When we were at the
extrahieren.
ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Animation?
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Okay.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order? What is the third slate supposed to represent, then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be? Oh, was? Oh God.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Huh? Is the true source of the catastrophe? Verify truth. Das?
It was
Der
both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Hä? Was? Es wird Lieder? The fuck? What the fuck? The fuck just happened? Bro! Oha! Was ist das denn? Der Alter, wirklich, auf meinem Gesicht ist gerade so eine Grimasse, das kann man gar nicht fassen. Oh mein Gott. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass Genshin Impact in mir so eine Expression so einen Ausdruck auf dem Gesicht durch eine Quest tatsächlich erreichen konnte. Oh mein fucking Gott. Oha. Wie geil. Es kommt noch viel besser. Was? Oha, das kann ja wirklich nicht sein. Oh Mann, das ist einer der Momente, wo ich tatsächlich es schade finde, dass ich keine Facecam habe. Das ist ja insane. Geil. That's right, I'd wager that it's also the one that child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Und Child ist... Oha! Ey, das ist wirklich... Ich habe selten so sehr gelächelt wie heute, Mann. Das kann nicht sein.
That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Shut the fuck up, you fucking Oceanid!
Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Vor allem er ist scheinbar auch ultra stark.
He must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Also der muss ja schon richtig stark sein, wirklich kanonisch gesehen, no?
We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is
Stirbt
too
Child?
late.
Eigentlich? Weil der benutzt ja sau viel von seiner Delusion. Müsste er nicht davon sterben als normaler Mensch? What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can.
Pech,
and we even
Oceanid.
found the true culprit.
Ich habe schon viele von deiner Art getötet.
So far. You can't just tell me that the
Essential
last
6,
hurdle
by
is
the way.
some
Beinahe
impossible
counts.
foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed.
Ja, Pech.
That's not how a grand
Oh mein
performance
Gott,
should
es wird
end.
noch so viel besser, du
I'll fight
weißt
it to
nicht.
the end. No matter
Oh nein.
So the prophecy will be
Oh
fulfilled no matter
no.
what, huh?
Die Story wird so gut. Ich muss halt die ganze Zeit noch auf Toilette, aber ich will nicht.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything is still turned out like this, we couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Oh, das ist dann... Stimmt, wenn du gegen den Wal kämpfst, ist es ja nicht in Tevat. Das heißt, wenn du nicht in Tevat bist, können die Götter es nicht sehen. Das heißt, das ist der Moment, wo man etwas verändern kann. No?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? Dieses Bild sieht voll gut aus. Das ist auch so gezeichnet, glaube ich. What is her real secret? Nochmal Animation. Wow.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
What the fuck? Was ist das jetzt? Das hatten wir auch im Trailer gesehen, aber holy shit. Noch viele Animationen. Nein! Du hast gesagt 2 bis 3 Stunden. 3 bis 4 Stunden, das kann nicht sein. Ich bin schon seit 4 Stunden fast drin. Die sieht aus wie Jingle. Ist es Farina? Was ist das für ein random Ding? Ja, das ist... Hä?
You.
Farina. Achso. Ja, es geht jetzt schnell. Okay.
That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
Nein, das ist die vorherige,
I
oder?
couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
Warte, ist das, was Farina gesagt hat? Warte, ist es dann wirklich Farina und sie hat wirklich die ganze Zeit so getan? Bitte was?
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Das ist nicht wirklich Farina. Hä? Ist denn Farina wirklich nur Puppe von ihr? Egal, warte. Das erfähre ich ja gleich.
As you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although,
die Götter können das ja entscheiden.
It was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. and I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Oh, da hatte ich irgendwo recht mit, sie ist irgendwo ein Part von Gott, aber nicht wirklich, also dass sie schon irgendwie ein Part ist, aber dass ihre Kräfte nicht da sind oder so ein Scheiß. Ja, mehr oder weniger so. So halb war.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy,
Hast ein bisschen geguckt.
sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Okay.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Oh, das kommt aber nicht.
She was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Das hält sich aber nicht an die Constitution von Amerika. Das heißt es, jeder Mensch, jeder Mann, sagen die zumindest, aber damit meinen sie jeder Mensch, hat das Recht auf Pursuit of Happiness, also auf das Verlangen oder auf der Suche nach Glück. Hat sie scheinbar nicht, schade.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Holy shit. Oh no. I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotionless connection just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. Die lächelt da so. The fuck? If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers either way. This opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Okay. Sieht interessant aus. Man könnte theoretisch trotzdem noch pullen jetzt gerade. Okay, warum auch nicht.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? Indem du halt 500 Jahre lang das Gleiche machen musstest, irgendwann mal wirst du eigentlich verrückt. Dass sie überhaupt noch so sein kann, ist dann sehr eindrucksvoll, um es mal ehrlich auszudrücken. Denn normalerweise würden schon nach 10 Jahren einer solchen aufgedrückten Rolle Leute verrückt werden und schon lange es eingebrannt haben, in ihr Unterbewusstsein eine solche Rolle einzunehmen. Das ist tatsächlich so. Deshalb sind ja auch Leute verrückt, sobald sie, wenn sie zum Beispiel jahrelang auf einer einsamen Insel sind. I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon. Let's light it up!
Quietly now.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Rip Guards, aber wirklich.
Light it up!
Und gibt's nicht. Sind tot. Oh, come on. Ja, es waren nur 15k.
Wind strike. Take it easy.
That's all the spotlights turned off in Farina's heart. They must have symbolized the eyes of the people in her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. What was that? Was that her true inner voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Okay. Ah. Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Animation? Ja. Scene 1 before a mirror, Farina. Let's go. Oh, yeah, never mind. Okay. Nur WASD möglich.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... Mirror me?
Mirror
How
me.
can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow.
Das sind sozusagen die Early
The
Stages von
people
Farina.
will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
Warte, ist
I suppose
Fusselor
this would also
größer
be the justice that belongs to you.
als Farina?
Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But
oh no.
How will
Und es
I
wurde
do
ja schon
this? A
exposed.
human assuming the role of a god without
Damn.
being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Oh, sehr lang.
To accomplish this mission,
Sehr, sehr lang.
you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh?
Ach, deshalb hat sie vielleicht...
Exciting.
Oh,
I'll be looking forward to
deshalb hat sie dann so einen großen Entrance gemacht, sozusagen so einen großen Opener für dieses Trial, weil sie sich daran erinnert hat, an diesen Scheiß vor 500 Jahren oder was auch immer. Und hat deshalb geweint, weil sie dachte, sie hat verkackt. Ja, hat sie auch praktisch eigentlich, ne? Oh, shit. Oha. Oh, Kacke. Jetzt kommt Chapter 2. Scene 2. Accession Speech Farina. Ja, wir haben alle gegen sie gearbeitet. Schade, ne? Kann ich überhaupt hier hochlaufen oder muss ich? Ah.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage, was?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Pure earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Ey, aber die Voice-Actorin ist halt auch wirklich sehr stark, wenn man... Es hört sich wirklich so an, wenn jemand neu im Posten ist und noch nicht so sprechen kann wie davor. Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, Whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama, man soll nicht earnest. Ja, gut.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Quests, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Oha. Kommt jetzt noch Szene 3? Oh Gott, es ging doch nicht so schnell, es dauert doch noch ein bisschen. Ja. Ah Gott. Scene 3, Opera House, Farina. Ist jetzt nur ein Dreiteiler oder ein Fünfteiler? Das ist die Frage. Fünfteiler wäre ein bisschen lang, Mann.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Ein paar hundert Jahren.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Okay, gut, besser ist es, dass man jetzt hier nicht normal laufen muss. Aber man muss dann noch zum Bett gehen.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze
Ach so, okay.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Und jetzt zum Bett? Wenn sie schlafen geht, oder wie?
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be safe.
Für über 50 Generationen?
Alright, Farina,
Ja, warte, eine Generation ist nicht 10 Jahre.
You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Aber schon so für über 12 Generationen. Opera House Farina. Oder Opera House. Szene
Lady
4.
Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Das sind halt die Jahre, die vergehen,
we're
oder
detecting
wie?
significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Das sind sozusagen die Tage, die nacheinander vergehen, oder wie?
Don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Jetzt kommt Szene 5. Ja. Scene 5, Opera House, Farina. Geht's jetzt nochmal genauso weiter? Oder? Ja, scheinbar schon. Scene 18. Was? Scene 182,375. Oh Gott.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
Moment. Das kann nicht sein. Scheiße. Wir waren bei 182.000 irgendwas. Es sind tatsächlich 500 Jahre, genau. Also warte. Wir können ja auch einfach 365 mal 500 nehmen. Ja, dann sind wir tatsächlich ungefähr bei der Zahl. Oder genau bei der Zahl. In der Tat.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Ist sie am Weinen?
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Oh no.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
Scheiße, Mann, Alter, du kannst nicht glauben, was für ein Porkface ich gerade hatte, als ich das gelesen habe. Das sind doch ihre Voicelines in dem Fountain of Lucine. Das ist... Oh! Was? Oha! Oha! Das heißt, es war nicht wegen der Prophezeiung, sondern weil das tatsächlich ihre Gedanken sind, die ganze Zeit dort abgespielt werden. Das ist der Grund. What the fuck? Ey, das ist... Nee, also... Geil, Alter. Genshin Impact hat mal eine richtig gute Story. Das hätte ich wirklich nicht gedacht. Mann.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Das Batman stimmt aber schon wirklich. Wie viele tausend jetzt? Scene 18... Ja, okay. 182.376. Farina and...
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time. Aber ich habe doch nicht die ganzen theoretisch hat doch nicht der Main Traveler 182.000 Szenen sich angeschaut.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
Oh, das waren ja auch die Teile, die man angetippt hat. Die hat er nicht ausgesagt, aber jetzt spricht er die Lines aus. Geil.
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged
Deshalb
here.
hat sie überlegt. Oha.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Stimmt, da hätte man tatsächlich noch kurz warten sollen. Da hätte sie es gesagt, na wär's alles gut gewesen. Ja, okay, nee, wahrscheinlich nicht, aber never mind. Fuck it.
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous
Aber heftig, dass sie so lange durchhält.
to find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. Surely, it could not hurt.
Kanonisch gesehen ist Furina dann ja eigentlich die mental stabilste Person im ganzen Game. Wenn man es nachdenkt. Die Götter sind Götter, also zählt das nicht. Sie ist ein normaler Mensch. Also, sie ist auch kein mystisches Wesen, kein Gott, kein gar nichts, einfach ein normaler Mensch. 500 Jahre lang eine Rolle einzunehmen, die nicht mal du bist. Ich will nicht sagen, aber holy shit, dafür musst du schon wirklich mental insane stark sein. Ich meine, wie gesagt, die Götter zählen nicht. Nahida, Zhongli, Venti und auch als mystische Wesen Xiao, Ganyu, was weiß ich, ja, Miko, die zählen alle nicht, weil sie sind halt mystische Wesen. Das heißt, für sie ist es generell was komplett anderes. Sie haben ein komplett anderes Gehirn, deshalb, nicht Gehirn, aber du weißt, was ich meine, sozusagen eine komplett andere Art, deshalb. Ja, voll krass, Mann. Oha.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Das wäre eine Let's Voice Line.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Oha. Jetzt?
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Das ist doch sie selbst.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Oha.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Sie killt sich selbst.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Des Gnosis zu zerstören?
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh shit, bro!
This was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Digga, die Grimassen, die ich heute schneide, sind wirklich nicht mehr normal. Also wirklich, das kann man gar nicht fassen.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know.
Ich hab nicht so viel versprochen, nein, hast nicht, Mann.
I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Shit, bro.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor.
God.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Boah, Digga, das kann nicht sein. Oh.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Warum tanzt die? Oh shit. Heißt es, dass Farina auch sterben kann jetzt? From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we could.
I, Eudex Nouvelette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh shit, Mann. Aber die Sache ist halt, ich habe mich ja vorhin beschwert, dass bei Navia die Szenen nicht traurig sind, weil sie scheiße geschrieben wurden. Die Sache ist halt, hier ist es genau das Gegenteil. Das kann nicht sein. Man sieht sogar, dass sie es können. Man sieht, dass sie es können. Man sieht, dass sie gut sind, dass sie die Storys gut schreiben können. Aber egal, nee. Ich beschwere mich halt einfach bloß, dass die anderen Storys scheiße sind, dass diese hier so ehrenlos viel besser ist als alles andere, was es jemals in Genshin gab an Storys. Das kann nicht sein. Man sieht, dass sie es können, aber sie machen es nicht. Ah, Alter, das kann nicht sein. Das ist so gut, Mann. Also, nee. Alter, ich liebe diese Archon Quest. Das kann nicht sein. Ich sag dir, das kann nicht sein, aber wirklich. Unglaublich, unfassbar, Alter. Das meinte ich, als ich gesagt hatte, die Story wird schon noch traurig. Aber ehrlich.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Aber das heißt, dass Farina, ich meine nicht Farina, sondern dass wirklich Focalor und dass der Hydro Archon insgesamt zerstört ist, dass die Gnosis nicht mehr existiert und dass Nouvelette tatsächlich jetzt der stärkste, also jetzt der volle Elemental Sovereign ist. Volle Elemental Dragon Sovereign. Oder wie? AKA derzeit das wohl mächtigste Wesen in der Story bis jetzt in Teyvat. Nouvelette ist jetzt mies OP. Kriegt mein Nouvelette jetzt auch in-game einen Buff?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this.
Schade.
We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Scheiße,
I
die
have
Story
gained
geht
the
weiter.
strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtain power just now. Achso, stimmt, man hat es gar nicht mitbekommen. Aber guck mal, das ist zum Beispiel, ich hatte ja gesagt, man braucht einen Aufbau, bis eine Szene traurig wird. Und du hattest diesen Aufbau mit Farina, du hattest diesen langen Aufbau, du hast sie kennengelernt, du hast alles in ihrem Hintergrund erfahren, du hast die äußeren Einflüsse erfahren. Es war relativ schnell, Dafür, dass du wirklich einen Aufbau haben wolltest für den Charakter. Aber es war trotzdem ausführlich genug, dass es reicht. Und es war sehr, sehr gut. Ist heftig.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Shit, Mann. Es wurde auch so viel revealed, dass alles, was bisher gemacht hat, dass sie darunter gelitten hat. In dem Sinne war es nicht so kurz. Ja, aber es war relativ kurz sozusagen. Ich weiß, du hattest den Kontext gebraucht, aber... Aber shit, ich meine, das mit Meropeet hätte nicht 10 Jahre dauern müssen. Ja, das ist ein bisschen mies, ne?
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of it, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Man muss einfach nur richtig viele Instances of Damage machen, oder? Nicht immer unbedingt viel pro Hit, sondern nur ganz wenig. Reicht. Ja, lass mich kurz Join C6 hier laden. Achso. Ja.
Witness the might of the primordial sea. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Was?
Chance will present.
Der frisst mich gar nicht jetzt? Was macht der jetzt? Ich hab dem Ding so viel Schaden gemacht, dass er das mit dem Orb geskippt hat. Stark. Oh yeah. Boah, imagine, ich hätte nicht schon gewusst, wie der Kampf ist. Boah, Digga, das Ding wäre nochmal doppelt so krass gewesen. Aber fuck it. Au. Ah. Damn, ich mach wenig Schaden. Definitiv.
Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Swarm Fury. How amusing.
Quiet now. Let's light it up.
Ah, okay. Növelet OP jetzt. Holy shit! Jingle 2.0. Wer bist du? Wer bist du? Man spricht sogar mit der?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Oh shit!
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me.
Private training session, okay.
My disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point.
Oh, hold up!
We into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Hold up a sec. Master's Pet, das heißt, ihr Meister ist der ehemalige Hydro Dragon, ist der ehemalige Hydro Archon. Und weil... Ich hab keine Ahnung, was? Your Master's Pet?
That power... Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Oh, okay.
But
Sorry.
you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Schade.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
F.
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
What the fuck? Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Holy shit. Was wird hier alles gerade neu eingeführt? Das kann nicht, also wirklich. Diese Archon Quest, what the fuck?
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Ja, oder?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Ich muss gerade schauen, dass ich noch genug Speicherplatz habe, weil ich wirklich schon gerade viele Aufnahmen habe. Oh Gott, warte, was war's? Albedos Mutter? Oder Albedos Erschaffer? Hatte ich das gerade irgendwie? Boah, ich habe keine Ahnung. Fuck it. Irgendwas krasses.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Hold up, sie hat ja kein Vision. Und sie ist wahrscheinlich auch nicht von Tevet. Das heißt, sie wird wahrscheinlich ein anderes, in Anführungszeichen, Element benutzen. Das heißt, sie kommt wirklich erst so in 4 Jahren raus. Shit, Bro. Fuck. Ich kann nicht auf sie pullen. Oh no.
What?
Oh no, ich kann nicht pullen. Genau, Paimon. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. Was? It is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Fortress of Meropide.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Das heißt, man kann nicht mehr unter Wasser schwimmen? Hier?
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh fuck me, das feels strong, man. Oh, what the fuck? Oh mein Gott, das kann nicht sein. Ich weiß, ich sag das die ganze Zeit immer noch, aber wirklich. Die Story ist so gut. Ich hätte ich wirklich nicht erwartet.
The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula. And we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Ich sag Fontaine, Archon Quest, Overall Rating 9 von 10. Es wäre eine 10 von 10, hätte es nicht so ein langsames Build-up gehabt. Weil ganz ehrlich, Fortress of Meropide war teilweise unnötig. Das war sowas wie eine Season lang voll mit Fillern. Das ist so, wenn du, was weiß ich, irgendwie, jetzt nochmal Bleach schaust und auf einmal kommt der Bound-Arc, der 50 Folgen lang geht. Und du denkst dir so, scheiße, Mann. So, das war komplett unnötig, dieser Part zum Beispiel. Genau, Navia war auch komplett unnötig. Das ist so wie der Bound-Arc halt eben so. 2/3 des Build-Ups gefühlt war ein komplett unnötiger Scheiß, den er hätte auslassen können. Aber der Rest war einfach absolut Legende. Deshalb, vielleicht liegt es auch einfach nur daran, dass ich es jetzt gerade... Ja, schaut, aber ich würde sagen, die Main-Story an und für sich, minus den schlechten Part, ist 9,5 bis 10 von 10. Und das ist etwas, was ich bis jetzt kaum hatte. Also eine wirkliche 10 von 10 für Genshin Impact Story. Weiß ich nicht, ob das wirklich vergeben würde. Weil wirklich 10 von 10 ist insane. Aber ey, ich bin schon close davor. Das ist ja wirklich unfassbar. Also für die Main Story an und für sich, wie gesagt, unglaublich insanes Rating. Aber ansonsten, ja gut, ist halt ein bisschen schwerer wegen diesen ganzen, wie ist nochmal, halt eben wegen dem großen Build-Up und Navia, was halt so komplett unnötig war. Aber ich sag overall 9 von 10, das ist wirklich krass.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
Okay.
Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call
Und wie viele Cutscenes, aber wirklich, die waren so gut auch alle. Das ist, das kann wirklich nicht sein, wie viel Geld sie da reingesteckt haben. Bro, ich brauch so einen Kann-nicht-sein-Counter, ich bin safe bei 20 oder so.
Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might been, was? They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple.
Der Übergang ist auch voll
With the
gut,
disaster
sozusagen.
just having
Dann.
passed,
Hier.
we
Also
would print
wirklich.
a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Oh Gott, das kann
The
nicht sein.
value
Wie
for
gut
these
das
big
ist.
scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and
Das
go
kann
into
man
the
gar nicht
stories
fassen.
behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a
Es tut mir
true
so leid
flame
wegen
ship,
Thomas, weil er muss schon seit
while Navia is
1,5
freeing
Stunden warten.
people in the
2 fast.
reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that
Aber-
these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The article to make me curious about how things will play out.
Curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh Gott. Holy shit, was war das? Ach so, das ist die typische Archon Quest Belohnung. Oder Archon Quest Dings, genau. Das ist Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru und jetzt Fontaine. Das gehört auch dazu scheinbar. Und das ist das vom Realm. Oh, scheiße, Mann. Das ist... Ich habe gar nicht mal so viel bekommen. Die Story war einfach... Also tatsächlich hat man gar nicht so viel Belohnung bekommen im Vergleich zu anderen Quests, wenn du so viel Aufwand hast an Zeit und so. Aber also ganz ehrlich, die Quest diesmal war wirklich die größte Belohnung. Das kann man wirklich nicht in Worte beschreiben. Oh mein Gott. Vor allem die Musik war auch ultra passend. Es war auch trotzdem noch die Fontaine-Theme. Also Fontaine-Theme die ganze Zeit. Natürlich immer nicht genau das gleiche, sondern in unterschiedlichen Ausführungsarten, aber immer die Haupt-Main-Theme. Oh, ich soll in Poisson sein. Ja, ich bin dumm. Oh, Mann. Also jetzt muss ich Thomas wirklich dazu zwingen, wieder Genshin zu zocken. Zumindest die Archon Quest. Auch wenn sie ihn nur so in etwa 10 Stunden dauern wird, alles zusammen. Bei Archon Quest hört er sich zumindest an. Ja, er hat noch nicht mal Sumeru gemacht.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Das erste Mal wahrscheinlich, dass jetzt die...
Thanks to everyone,
Eine der ersten Mal,
work is
dass die
progressing
Schness...
nicely.
Nein, Leute, nicht böse
We've
sind. Die
lost a
Fatui-Leute
lot
meine
of
ich.
people, but we're moving forward.
Ich meine,
That will have to be enough.
in Mondstadt hatten wir als Gegner... Okay, nicht wirklich als Gegner, aber als einer der ersten Bösewichten, die vorgestellt werden, also als wirklichen, haben wir... Wer ist hier nochmal? Senora. In der zweiten hatten wir Child zu besiegen. In der dritten... Genau, in Inazuma hatten wir gegen Senora zu kämpfen und Wanderer hatten es betäubt. In der vierten haben wir gegen Wanderer gekämpft. Wirklich zugegeben, er war nicht direkt von Dings, aber auch Dottore ist ja auch von... war auch der Plan von den Fatui. Und jetzt das erste Mal in den 5 Regionen, wo die Fatui nichts Böses im Schilde geführt haben. Krass.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in
Du
it?
siehst immer hässlich aus.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Schalltext, bla bla bla. Ich würde es niemals
All
rechtzeitig
right, that
durchlesen
should do
können.
it.
Also
I'll be back here
vorlesen.
later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Oh, ich brauche danach wirklich eine Pause.
You're
Also
very
wirklich.
quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Okay. Ich brauche jetzt wirklich eine 5-Minuten-Pause, in der ich wieder mir neues Tee hole, in der ich einmal auf Toilette gehe, weil ich so viel getrunken habe. Und ja, also ich bin gleich wieder da. Dann mache ich noch das Ende dieser Archon Quest und dann wird tatsächlich mal gepult. Thomas, tut mir schon leid. Aber ja. Ja, bis gleich. Ich bin wieder back mit einer frischen Kanne Tee. Jetzt wird's Zeit, die Quest endlich zu finishen. Nach fast schon 5 Stunden, Mann. Damn. Das war lang.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally
Gamer,
meet the
Jojo, was
much-rumored
geht? Willkommen
Duke.
Stream.
Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said,
Time
I
aber
should be the
wirklich.
focus of your interview.
Ja, der Tee ist noch ein bisschen heiß.
Our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Tee ist natürlich noch heiß, weil ich ihn gerade erst aufgekocht habe.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Ich habe geheult bei der Story, was ich nicht erwartet hätte.
Miss Charlotte,
Oha.
do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hm?
Ich habe jetzt nicht geweint, aber boah, das war schon eine gute Quest. Also wirklich, das war wirklich eine unglaublich gute Quest. Das kann ich sagen. Ich war auch nah dran, to be honest, seit Vorspiel. Oha. Ja, ich seh's. Ich sehe schon warum. Aber ja.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Okay.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Das actually von vielen gehört, dass diese Quest die zum ersten Mal zum Heulen
someone help
gebracht
me have a
hat mit Genshin. Aber understandable, das war auch die beste Quest bis jetzt und auch die emotional am besten aufgebaute. Also, ja. Ich meine halt, davor gab es schon traurigere Szenen. Also mit trauriger meine ich nicht komparativ im Vergleich zu diesem Fall, sondern komparativ im Vergleich zum Durchschnitt. Trauriger ist zum Beispiel, finde ich, recht traurig war die von Bosacious mit Xiao. Keine Ahnung, ich fand die aber auch sehr gut und auch sehr emotional mitreißend. Aber die mit Furina war schon... Ich weiß nicht, welches ich sogar höher ranken würde. Es war schon ein bisschen herzlich, das mit Bosacious hat, aber ich würde sagen, Furina auf jeden Fall in den Top 5. Auf jeden Fall Top 5 der traurigsten, wenn nicht sogar Top 2 der traurigsten. Weil ich finde es schwer zu entscheiden zwischen Bosacious Quest und Furina, weil Furina hat auf jeden Fall ein höheres Build-up, hat deutlich mehr Szenen und ist einfach sehr krasses Setting. Aber das mit Bosacious, also das war der andere Yaksha, keine Ahnung, ich kann mich nur erinnern, dass ich das auch sehr, sehr krass fand. Das war aber halt, wie gesagt, schon sehr lang her, also habe ich keine Ahnung. Das war über ein Jahr her, wie gesagt. Aber auf jeden Fall very understandable.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you
Das war
like to
wirklich
try
gut,
this
Mann.
new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijui.
Welche Farbe hat es? Mattes Lila?
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Quest hitten dich nicht so außer diese eine jetzt hier gerade. Ja, gut. Sehe ich.
Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Hallo? Wollen die auch weiterreden?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes
Thomas
heroes.
kann noch ganz kurz mit dabei
Am I
sein.
right,
Quiz,
Mr.
by the way.
Jerry? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You walk with Risley for a while and share news from above the
I
ground
see.
with him.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh nein.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
Spricht man auch noch mal mit Furina? Weil ich würde sagen, es macht eigentlich Sinn, auch noch mit Furina zu reden, nicht? Weil Furina ist ja letzten Endes auch noch ein Charakter, mit dem man reden muss, bei der es jetzt nicht abgeschlossen wurde. Man weiß ja gar nicht, was mit ihr los ist. Schaltest ihre Character Quest danach frei. Ach so, das ist dann... Oh ja, gut, nee, das macht auch Sinn, weil eigentlich ist da noch sehr, 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 sehr viel offen mit Farina. Also macht es Sinn, dass sie noch ihre eigene Quest bekommt. Understandable. Mach ich dann vielleicht morgen oder übermorgen. Mal schauen. Ich habe eigentlich noch Hausaufgaben auf morgen auf. Hehe.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler,
Geil.
Paimon.
Von der ersten
Miss
Quest
Charlotte,
noch.
too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Nein. Abgelehnt.
You could just make a friend
Habt
like
ihr auch
Femine
schon
here.
gemacht. War okay,
Isn't that
aber nichts
right,
im Vergleich zu
Femine?
dieser Quest. Ja, gut, aber das ist natürlich... So, no offense, aber du kannst ja nicht nur Peak haben. Das ist... Ich glaube, die haben einfach schon unendlich Geld rausgeballert für diese eine Quest und haben jetzt nicht mehr genug Budget, um noch so eine gute Quest zu machen. Also Farina ist ja sowieso noch, das Ende ist ja eine Conclusion, das ist ja nicht mehr die Haupthandlung, also... Ja, aber trotzdem. Ach, okay.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some
Ich glaube, es
more
gab keine
friends?
bessere
To be honest, that sounds pretty
Story
sweet.
jemals in einem
Could I have your
Gacha-Game.
contact, please?
Sure.
Die haben jetzt wieder Budget mit Farina.
Please,
Das stimmt wohl.
write down
Nächste
my
Quest wird auch
address.
geil. Trust.
To help Femine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Boah, aber scheiße, das heißt, es kommt noch eine Archon Quest raus, glaube ich. Das ist die mit Daneslave, so wie immer. Oder halt generell dieses Sister-Dings. Das muss nicht unbedingt Daneslave sein, aber ich glaube, es ist jedes Mal Daneslave gewesen. Auf jeden Fall erstmal diese Main-Story-Progressen, dann sozusagen nicht nur diese in der Welt herumlaufen Progressen, sondern dieses Schwestersuchen-Progressen. Und danach reicht's dann erstmal für die nächsten Fair-Version und es kommt keine Archon Quest mehr. Mann, jetzt will ich tatsächlich Archon Quests haben, das kann nicht sein. Wirklich. Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Oh, ich kann doch erst übermorgen Farinas Quest machen, weil ich habe ja gar keine Keys mehr übrig, nachdem ich sie alle ausgegeben habe.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Ja.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Ah! Warte, was? Oh, der. Das ist ja generell ein Pattern, das man bemerkt, dass in jeder Archon Quest immer das Gnosis vom Gott an die Fatuis wandert. Ob es freiwillig ist, durch einen Handel oder geklaut. Es wandert immer an sich. Ich dachte, jetzt wird es tatsächlich gebrochen, indem der Archon stirbt, indem die Gnosis verloren geht. Aber ne. Schade, das wird wahrscheinlich am Ende noch in Version 8. irgendwas ein Finale haben, wenn alle Gnosis zusammenkommen. Ne? Ja. Tja.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring Narwhal down.
Es macht trotzdem keinen Sinn. Heißt es jetzt, dass Neuvillette aber auch wieder schwächer ist? Jetzt, wo er ja nicht mehr die Vision des Gnosis hat, hat er dann wieder seine Kräfte abgegeben. Ist er nur für diese kurze Zeit so stark gewesen. Jetzt ist er wieder schwach. Wer weiß.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
Bis jetzt jeder einzelne Gnosis ist abgewandert.
But
Also
I've
wirklich.
also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervilette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervilette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while back.
Warte, es war so worth, Furina zu pullen. Ich habe just for fun aus Langeweile Furina genommen und vor der Crux zu Inazuma gelaufen. Ah, warum auch nicht?
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Warte, hold up. Furina ist der zweite W, Archon. Venti hat seinen Job gemacht, W. Zhongli ging in Rente, L. Raiden war das scheiß Problem der Region, L. Nahida war einfach eingesperrt, L. Und Furina hat 500 Jahre gesweatet. Aber ehrlich. Aber sie ist kein wirklicher Archon im Vergleich zu den anderen. Venti war tatsächlich ein Archon. Zhongli war auch der Archon. Raiden A ist der Archon. Und die Puppe ist halt eben das von Raiden. Nahida ist auch der Archon, aber Furina ist nicht mal der Archon. Ich weiß nicht, ob das überhaupt zählt, aber ja, gut.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Kann man glauben. Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you
Ich
think
habe immer noch
about
seine
it, we
Vision,
had
Mann.
loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Ist Knave? Ja, natürlich Knave. Hört man doch an der Stimme.
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Ich finde beides schlimm eigentlich. 500 Jahre eine Person spielen, weil man es muss und nicht, weil man will. Und zweitens etliche Jahre eingesperrt sein. Ja, dadurch ist aber ein Gott, hat ein anderes Gefühl für Zeit als ein Mensch. Das heißt, die 500 Jahre sind schlimmer. Weil Furina ein Mensch ist. Wenn du ein Mensch bist, dann sind 500 Jahre tausendmal schlimmer, als wenn du ein Gott bist. Weil ein Gott kann ja 6000 Jahre leben, alles ist fein. Und Furina ist nur ein Mensch. Deshalb. Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Ich gebe das Vision wieder ab. Ich darf sie nicht behalten. Schade.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Furina muss doch gegen die Leute arbeiten, welche sie beschützen wollte. Ja.
Hello.
Weil das hatte,
If
so
I'm
ähnlich
not
hatte es auch
mistaken, there are
Nahida.
diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct.
Auch wenn es natürlich nicht alle waren, die gegen
but I
sie
will not be able to serve as a subject
gerichtet
in
waren.
your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
By the way, Farina wird jetzt ja auch altern wie ein normaler Mensch.
Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? Of course he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Oh Gott. Neverlette, nochmal mit ihm reden. Das kann nicht sein. Aber es macht auch Sinn. Aber oh Gott, das ist... Come on. Ich habe gesagt 10 Minuten, ich bin schon bei 14. Also zu Thomas.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Oh, okay. Aber man weiß ja schon, was passiert ist.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Fusillor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign! But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Oh.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Das heißt, hat sie in
In other
richtige
words,
Menschen
when I
verwandelt.
gave my verdict, Fontainians became true
Aha.
humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Oha, krass.
Fusillor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fusillor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask
Jetzt muss
away.
ich fragen.
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Das ist jetzt die gleiche Voice. Du fragst es, er antwortet dir. Du fragst es nochmal, er sagt wieder das gleiche. Du fragst es, egal, okay. About the initial verdict that was passed on
I
Charlotte.
have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off. I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Oh, jetzt nur
I
wieder
related
der Hydro
Focalor's
Archon.
words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
New Musia. Okay.
Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Scheint so.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey. Scheiße.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide.
Das wird noch so 10
all I can
Monate
do is
dauern.
tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Ist es nicht ein sehr eingeschränktes Land?
You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence
Man hat ja noch
with
nie einen
humanity.
Natlan NPC
Natlan is
gesehen.
also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Das klingt interessant.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Capitano. Oha.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Ja. (22:22 schon.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
The fuck?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
Was?
Remains?
What?
I've never heard of any such thing.
Was? Ey, das war auch wieder so ein Pock-Moment
According
instant.
to your parlance, I believe it may be called a Gnosis.
Third Descender? Das kann nicht sein. Die Descenders sind doch die, die nicht zu Tevet gehören. Ich glaube, der Traveler war doch der Fourth Descender, nicht? Und... Genau, der Traveler war doch der Fourth Descender und erst der Third Descender oder Remains of the Third Descender. Bitte was? Was? Das kann nicht sein. Dann gibt es noch einen First und Second Descender, aber ich habe vergessen, ich glaube, einen von denen kannte man schon, oder nicht? Oh, keine Ahnung.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her Gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Aber es hieß doch, sie spricht sowieso nicht mit Schalt und er kann auch mit ihr keine Kommunikation aufbauen. War es nicht so?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Chess pieces.
All the same, assuming
True.
that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender, she mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. Oh mein Gott, ich bin so ein Profi, ich wusste es einfach noch. For me, this information means two things. One, that the gnosis are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Hey.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Chapter 4, Act 5 completed. Oh mein Gott, welch eine wirklich gute Archon Quest. Ich hätte wirklich nie erwartet, dass eine Genshin Impact Archon Quest so gut werden würde. So unglaublich, unglaublich gut. Und ich kann nicht mehr viel dazu sagen, ich habe schon so häufig dazu Kommentare abgegeben. Es ist einfach zu gut, die Quest. Wie gesagt, eine solide 9 von 10. Und zwar auch nur aus dem Grund, weil es am Anfang sehr scheiße war. Also nicht sehr scheiße war, aber Navi halt gestört hat und das ein bisschen... Und halt sozusagen dieser ganze Build-up von Akt 1 bis Akt 4 zu lang gedauert hat und zu wenig war. Das waren einfach praktisch nur Filler fast. So 80% Filler, 20% Inhalt. Man hätte es auch sehr, sehr viel kürzer fassen können. Aber insgesamt unglaublich krasses Finale. Ja, was anderes kann ich wirklich nicht mehr sagen. Das waren jetzt wirklich 5,5 Stunden. Zugegeben, es gab Pausen dazwischen, das heißt, die wahre Zahl ist jetzt ungefähr auch nur das 5 Stunden. Und eigentlich ein bisschen weniger. Aber, ja. Thomas hat gefragt, ob ich morgen auch erst wischen kann. I mean, no offense, aber ich würde halt wahrscheinlich sogar alleine wischen. Aber dann ganz schnell. Gut, dann muss ich mich wirklich beeilen. Und das war's erstmal mit dieser Quest.